Vladimir.
We don't have
good afternoon.
So we would have to change countries. And you receive a new
Just a moment, we cannot hear you.
Hello, Andrei. Hello, everybody.
We can hear you. That's nice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So just a moment, we are starting. So dear colleagues, we'll continue.
Work directly as project.
Yeah.
Andrei, do you want to share my screen?
Can you share your screen?
I can do. Let me do it, because I would like to have presentation a little bit interactive. So
okay.
I will try even to show you some. Okay, my screen is shared, so you can see only this. But what if I will do something like this? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. And I do not see you anymore, but it's okay. I don't have to. So are we fine? Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, very good. So good afternoon to Moscow. I'm sorry for the short delay. I was just sharing another important meeting, but probably time is still quite good. So my name is Vladimir Michal. I'm the commissioning team leader. I'm here in the agency for about 10 years or so. And I'm very pleased to provide you with the presentation about the IAEA considerations on approaches to the commissioning of nuclear facilities. You already heard many useful information yesterday. So if there will be some kind of repetition or something what was already said, feel free to stop me and I will go further. And when time will come, I will try to show you some agency databases and websites, some extra information, you know, not only boring presentation. Okay, so presentation file is very lazy. Well, I will do first a short introduction to the IAEA, then provide some considerations and decommissioning, overview of our ongoing and planned activities to support member states, information about technical cooperation project, and I will highlight a little bit planned the IAEA decommissioning conference. You can hear me fine, right? Everything is all right? Yeah. So just basic information about the IAEA, established in 1957. We do have recently 173 member states. We do have about 2,560 multidisciplinary professional and support staff from more than 100 countries. We have this logo, Atoms for Peace and Development, and we shall seek to accelerate and enlarge the contribution of atomic energy to peace, health, and prosperity throughout the world. And our main departments, our main activities are focused on safeguards and verification, safety and security, and science and technology. So headquarters is in Vienna, you know, but we do have also nuclear laboratories in Cybersdorf, what is a village close to Vienna. We do have some premises, offices in Geneva, Toronto, New York, of course, because there is United Nations, Rio de Janeiro, and Japan. There are also marine laboratories in Monaco. And I think that I probably forgot for something, but basic information is there. So this is the IAEA headquarters. You can see there a screenshot from General Conference. Probably it is before the COVID period, but there are no respirators. And our work is very much related to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now I will jump to decommissioning. I decided to put here this chart about the typical decommissioning schedules. So it is a radiological hazard versus years of operation and decommissioning. Well, permanent shutdown occurred in some time for any nuclear facility. And after that, there is a transition period or transition phase from operation to decommissioning. During this might be done a lot of activities under operational license, like fuel removal, drainage or circuits, conditioning of operational waste, and some cleaning and decontamination. And then there are two basic decommissioning strategies, either deferred dismantling or immediate dismantling. You can see it, and I will speak about it a little bit later. Or even a combination of both options is possible. Well, as I said, spent fuel and operational waste should be removed during the transition phase. Main, like, physical decommissioning activities is characterization, physical and radiological, decontamination, dismantling, demolition, and whatever you can imagine in English can be deconstruction, can be disassembling, maybe some other things. Then decommissioning technologies are nowadays available and well developed, but R&D and some specific technologies needed in some very specific cases, for example, for facilities after an accident or some legacy facilities. Decommissioning always include management of radioactive waste, if possible, with clearance of material to be released outside the regulatory control. There are certainly also large amount of non-radioactive waste or even hazardous materials, asbestos, for example. After the facility is decommissioned, there might be some remediation actions needed, for the cleaning of the site. And the final goal is release of the site from the regulatory control. Here is a summary of facilities shut down for decommissioning. Worldwide, there are 3 tables for power reactors, for research reactors and critical assemblies, and for nuclear fuel cycle facilities. We do have such databases. I will show you one in a minute. So, for example, maybe I can jump to here. For example, for power reactors, there were recently shut down worldwide for many decades, 197 power reactors in many countries. You can see the largest number is in United States, then UK, then Germany, Japan. Sorry, this chart is somehow consolidated in terms of net electrical capacity, not in terms of number of reactors. So, yeah, then many shut down in France, followed by Russia, Sweden, Canada, and so on and so forth. We have recently, I think, newcomers. There was shut down first power unit in Pakistan, and also some year ago in Republic of Korea, in South Korea. And now, if I can, I would like to show you something like this. Yeah. I think that I can close this one. Let me use almighty Google. It's the best thing. But in this case, we can do something like this. I would like to show you our power reactor information system called PRIS. You can see my screen, right? You can see this. Yeah. So this is the system database that collected, I will make it a little bit bigger, that collected information about power reactor construction, operation, and also decommissioning directly from member states. So it is really something what you can rely on. For example, if I will jump to the world statistics, we can see here operational and long-term shutdown reactors under the construction, and what is our interest as of today is reactors under the permanent shutdown. So it is the same screenshot that I showed you in my presentation 1 minute ago. But here, if you will play a little bit with this, you can have charts that will show you shutdown reactors for decommissioning by type, PWRs, of course, number 1, BWRs, gas-cooled reactors, and others. There is something that will show you the regions. So champion is Western Europe, followed by North America, etc., etc. Here, if you will also play, I think that here is even more information in the table below. So you can go to, I don't know, Netherlands, for example, and here is graphical information about the country. They do have 1 reactor shutdown for decommissioning in safe enclosure, and this Dordwaard, and also here is more reliable information. And even then you can continue, and there is more information about this. And yeah, you can see here even operational data year by year. Okay, so this is something what is open to the public. Everybody can go there, and you can find there a lot of useful information. We have a similar database, maybe not so sophisticated, also for research reactors. It is also possible to find that information about those. Okay, so recently, as I said, we have 197 power reactors shut down in 21 member states. Newcomers, India might follow in the near future. We have now, with this expression, with this definition of decommissioning that you were provided yesterday, that there must be a released facility and site from the regulatory control, it's a little bit complicated for many power units to achieve this decommissioning, because they are effectively done, but because they are part of the wider nuclear site, or maybe there are some other considerations of the site use, they are actually not licensed. So we are now writing over 20 power reactors decommissioned with terminator license or effectively completed dismantling. But I know at least additional 10 more power reactors where effectively work was done, but they are still called nuclear power plant. Well, this is a situation that we have to somehow accept. Then, in the world, we have typically national projects, so they are financially supported from the national finance, commercial or governmentally provided. But we have also several projects that benefit from the international support. Here are examples: Chernobyl NPP, Bohunice V1 NPP in Slovakia, Ignalina, and Kozloduy NPP 4 units of ER 440. And in addition to nuclear power decommissioning, a significant technical experience also available from decommissioning of research reactors and other non-power fuel cycle nuclear facilities. And here I may say even from non-nuclear facilities, because there are huge dismantling and decommissioning work done for the large buildings or for offshore oil and gas facilities, and this kind of equipment. And we have different decommissioning strategies. Maybe you spoke about it yesterday. I will quickly go through it. So immediate dismantling, when decommissioning actions begin shortly, few years, 5 years, something like this, after the permanent shutdown. It should be referred strategy. Here is typo. It should be preferred strategy. Sorry, I lost P. It should be preferred strategy. However, there might be situations in which it is not a practicable strategy when all relevant factors are considered. I will not comment too much financial factors, but for example, when disposal routes for material do not exist, or amount of waste to be generated will be very high. And immediate also does not need this. Yes, immediate will take some time, and it also needs availability of human, technical, and financial resources to perform the commissioning and waste management operations. Then deferred dismantling is the case when part or nuclear facility is placed in the safe. storage that is maintained for some time. This needs to be established and the facility maintained in safe configuration, so later the contamination and or dismantling can be performed. And we have cases in UK, graphite reactors that are placed for safe enclosure for really many decades, 50, 60 years. They may change the strategy, but for the time being, it is like it is. And those are 2 decades of the people, right? 2 decades of the professionals, engineers. So there are challenges such as long-term knowledge management, physical deterioration of structures. There are several plants placed in safe enclosure in Canada, in north of Canada. So during the summer it's relatively hot. During the winter is very cold, like in Siberia, and there are very much problems with the deterioration of structures. Then a combination of both strategies is also possible. We can also see such examples where effectively 2 strategies are in place at the same time. Though it may sound, not logic, but it is, where some part of the facility is like under the safe enclosure, but not really, and the other parts of the facility are work ongoing. And something what is called in situ decommissioning, in situ dismantling, and entaubment. You may heard various terms, may be considered as a solution under exceptional circumstances, for example, after an accident. Recently, if I do not count these 20 power reactors that were 20 plus that were shut down to decommissioning, we have recently over 170 power reactors in the permanent shutdown or undergoing decommissioning worldwide. Immediate dismantling is the strategy for slightly over half of them. About 1/3 is in the safe enclosure. The rest applies combination of immediate or and different dismantling strategies or other options. And we can see tendency to move away from different dismantling that has taken place in recent years. We can see it, for example, in Canada, in the United Kingdom, and so on. Then I have here several examples of nice pictures. The first one is from nuclear power plant decommissioning in France. Their first fleet is shut down for decommissioning. They do have, France at the beginning tested similar development like in Russia. They tested several types of reactors. So they do have graphite reactors, gas reactors, and some others. Sodium reactors as well. So here are pictures from Super Phoenix, what was fast sodium reactor. Fessenheim recently shut down for decommissioning, big plant close to border with Germany. Chinon A, Schoos A, and some others. We do have interesting cooperation with EDF. They do have a special branch for decommissioning that is called DP2D, Direction pour Déconstruction aux déchets, something like this, Directorate for Decommissioning. And they build graphite decommissioning demonstrator that will serve for testing of graphite reactor dismantling. Then I do have a couple of examples from Germany. All of them are from nuclear power plant Greifswald, what was in former East Germany. Actually 8 units, but not all of them were fully constructed and in operation. So 5 were in operation. And because of such a large plant, they've decided to clean the turbine hall. You can see it on the picture right bottom. The turbine hall was cleaned, and it is now used as a big space for commercial companies, for example, for cranes or for parts of the boat, because harbor is just close to it. So it is example of reuse, repurposing and reuse of the part of the nuclear power plant. Then decommissioning in USA, very practical approach. Whatever is possible to remove is removed and placed into the disposal facility. So here are 2 examples, even 3. Fort St. Vrain concrete cutting. Then many Yankee plant that was fully decommissioned, even with use of concrete containment demolition. But because there is a pending development of deep geological disposal for spent fuel, close to the plant is a small interim place for the spent fuel in containers. Then here is the example, V1 Bohunice NPP, where there are close to NPPs with V1 VVER 440 reactors and 8 cooling towers originally constructed on the site, and 4 cooling towers were demolished because they are not needed anymore. All the 4 are in operation. So, and it is kind of example of reduction of facility footprint. Then material was for sure clean, so it was managed for construction of the nearby roads. Then a couple of examples on release of the site for restricted or unrestricted use. The first one is Gemmen in Bavaria, Gemmen nuclear power plant Niederreichbach, that was fully demolished, fully decommissioned, and there is now really green field. There is just, if you will go there, there is kind of memory stone with title that here was a nuclear power plant. And another example is CA Grenoble. There were 4 research reactors that were fully decommissioned, and this site still exists. It belongs still to CA, but it does not do nuclear research, but energy and material research. So it is an example of the decommissioning for restricted use. And a couple of examples of deferred dismantling strategies. So first one is from Spain, Vandelos 1, where again, there was a huge building that was a little bit cutted, and inside is stored graphite, and it is now like they do have visiting center there, so you can go there to see. And Bradwell NPP, Magnox plant that is under the safe enclosure for many decades. And at least one example of decommissioning of pool type reactor in Astra in Austria. That was done from 2000 and 2005. So you can see the dismantling, demolition of concrete container for the reactor. Well, we a little bit play with future prognosis for the decommissioning of power reactors. So yeah, as aging will continue, the more and more power reactors will be shut down for decommissioning. So yeah, there will be a time when probably number of power reactors shut down for decommissioning will be higher than those in operation. Concerning this, I will introduce this project a little bit later as well. We do have a project called Global Status of Decommissioning. It's still ongoing. There will be a report with overview of facilities shut down for decommissioning worldwide, with some trends and with some issues. So there will be describe more in details decommissioning strategies and recent timeframes, current status of programs and foreseen challenges in many countries, and some considerations about resources needs in terms of human resources and technology. And it is supported by our databases that we do have, and that they includes also information about facilities shut down for decommissioning. Yes, PRIS is here given as the top level example. Okay, maybe you have some questions. I will do this to see you. No, I cannot. Or I will continue, and you might have questions at the end. Andrei?
I'm sorry, it was mic switched
Yeah,
off.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I think that it will be okay if we will continue now, and all the questions will be afterwards.
Okay, will do, will do. Then I will again continue to share the screen. Good. So, overview of the IAEA support to member states. I will have separate presentation, though it is not exactly my area, on safety considerations. And IAEA is also in charge for development of safety standards. To support safety regimes in member states. And what is done in my department, we do development of technical reports in support of planning and implementation. Then we can offer to member states, my apology, services like expert mission and peer reviews. I will provide some details later. We organize plenty of training courses and workshops. Within the technical cooperation program, we can organize scientific visits and fellowships. We do have also conferences and technical meetings. Again, I will provide some information later. And here are examples of some ongoing activities. So I briefly introduced already project on global status of decommissioning. We do have another one, collaborative project on human resources development for decommissioning. For several years, we do have project on management of irradiated graphite arisings from decommissioning. Then we have two projects with abbreviations. You can see here project COMDEC on completion of decommissioning and project MIRDEC on decommissioning of small medical, industrial, and research facilities. Those projects are done in cooperation with our colleagues from Nuclear Safety and Security Department. Then we have some activities on transition from operation to decommissioning. SMR stands for small modular reactors designed for decommissioning, to cover whole life cycle of the SMRs. Then we have a project on fast reactor decommissioning. Actually, I propose to have a coordinated research project for this, so it's hopefully going to be approved in December. And we do have some activities on circular economy, sustainability in decommissioning, whatever considerations. Again, we will have some planned activities in this regard. Sorry, again, my presentation is lazy. Yeah. 2007 was the beginning of International Decommissioning Network. It is a network, kind of umbrella for any other decommissioning activities of the IAEA. Here you can see screenshot from the IDN platform. You can become easily member. You can see member area there, and there you will have access to many more information about the activities, publications, and so on. This network works on platform called Connect, and because this this concept of network was very successful, it's relatively small, but you can see here many other more networks later were created, networks for environment remediation, for underground research facilities, for disposal facilities, for laboratory facilities, and so on and so forth. We have also e-learning materials. I think that it will be on the next slide. And because we recognize that sometimes publication of the new developments, new findings take some time in terms of tangible publication, we launched 5 years ago a nuclear wiki. It was called IDN wiki first, but now it is called nuclear wiki because, again, this concept is so successful that we have now more fields covered, such as waste management and remediation. Here is the set of our e-learning materials. You can access it from the agency website. Maybe I will show you it with the risk that it will not work. Okay, let's see. Yes, I'm here. Yeah. So I will go now to risky area, but let's see. Yeah, this is unified in the agency website on learning management systems. As you can see, here are different areas, yes, nuclear technology, application, safety, security, safeguards, even cooperation partners. So I will go to nuclear energy. And here, as the first one is e-learning on spent fuel and radioactive waste management, decommissioning, and environmental remediation. And here is this, it is clickable map, it is a screenshot, what I showed you just a minute before. So you can see here spent fuel area, yes, radioactive waste management and disused sealed radioactive sources, decommissioning, remediation, what is down? Yes, it is about disposal. So what is in green already exists. If there is this, what is the gray is under the development. If there is this globe, means that there are some language mutations. So we have some materials that are in Russian, Spanish, Japanese, maybe some other languages. So for decommissioning, we have 8 modules, 4 on preparation for decommissioning, 4 on decommissioning implementation. So I will select, for example, let's try this one, technical aspects. So here is always description of the course, some learning objectives. You can go for English version or Japanese version. So let me go for, I hope that it will open now. It may take some time. Yeah. You can see there was first window open. I hope that yes. So play next.
The objective of this lecture is to acquaint you with basic project management, organization, and planning aspects in decommissioning. We will start with explaining the main technical and cultural changes during the transition from operation to decommissioning. Then, we will familiarize you with the main project management aspects in decommissioning, including organization and planning issues in more detail.
Good. I will stop it. I'm not sure because internet connection maybe this flow was not so nice, but it works perfectly well. Yeah. So I hope that you find it interesting. And it's offered for free. Everybody can use it. Everybody is welcome to do this e-learning. Yeah. So that's what we have developed during some past years. Again, my presentation is lazy. Then I told you about this nuclear decommissioning wiki. We have now there described 292 case studies. There are description over 140 technologies in 31 fields of applications and some over 120 glossary entities. Again, my presentation is lazy. Yeah, I told you about the peer reviews. So we do have developed a peer review mechanism called Artemis. Its main objective is to provide independent expert opinion and advice to member states. So we form a team of international experts, of peers, for facility for the site, and we do mission and provide some recommendations. This is mandatory for EC countries, so they have to provide some kind of peer review of their waste management, decommissioning, and remediation program. But it may serve. In general, it may serve for many other organizations outside Europe. Scope is spent fuel and red waste management, decommissioning, and remediation. One example of the outside Europe peer review is virtual hybrid review of JEA, Japan Atomic Energy Agency, backend roadmap that we did this April. And there are several EC directives planned. In this regard, peer review, I didn't include it here because of different reasons. But we did also a peer review of Fukushima Daiichi decommissioning roadmap. There were recently done 5 reviews, and these were also very, very highly recognized by the Japanese authorities. Then I said something about the technical and policy publications. So we do have TechDoc series or technical reports, series reports. These are really on some very technical aspects. We do have nuclear energy series reports that can provide some kind of top-level considerations. We do have proceedings from our conferences, and we do have safety standards. I will speak about safety standards during my next presentation. So we do not need to stop on it too much. Recently, this year, for example, was published a very useful final report of the project DACORD. DACORD stands for Data Analysis and Collection for Costing of Research Reactor Decommissioning. Very good report that provides a lot of useful information of decommissionings of research reactors. All agency publications are free. All of them you can find at the agency website. Then what we have now in final editing is the report on training and human resource considerations for nuclear facility decommissioning. Then my report on integrated approach to decommissioning within a multi-facility site. And another one is TechDoc of Project DAROT on decommissioning of damaged nuclear facilities. Future outlook, it is just to show you what is still waiting for some development. Well, there are considerations about legal and regulatory framework that is evolving. During the decommissioning, there is need in integration and optimization with the waste management, project management, because for large facilities, project management is needed, and there are challenges in terms of funding, planning, risk management, and etc. And innovations might be needed in some cases, and human resources will be needed for sure. Here are some examples of robotics remote handling technologies. This one is a fresh example of robotic arm Maestro, quite advanced. Virtual reality and 3D simulation that offer a lot of opportunities, especially for young professionals to be involved. And it is also good for discussion with regulators, with other stakeholders, to show them something in virtual reality, what will happen later in the practice. Here are a couple of examples from Slovakian Javis, from Russian Neoland, and from Institute for Energy Technology in Norway. Then we established also several collaborating centers on decommissioning. It is agency mechanism to establish cooperation with some advanced organizations and to have some mutual benefit on this. So we have recently 5 collaborating centers. One is Institute for Energy Technology in Norway on digitalization and knowledge management for decommissioning. Second one is with Italian Sogin, targeting knowledge management and training for decommissioning. Then Slovakia on VVER decommissioning and project management. That with EDF-DP2D, I spoke about that, graphite reactor decommissioning, and recently with JA on radiological characterization for decommissioning. Ongoing and planned events. So I hope that you will find this list interesting. And I have still time to talk, right? I started with the events that are still going to be planned this year, and really November and December will be very busy, even for me. So we will have that week between November and December. I'm in charge for technical meeting on small modular reactors design for decommissioning. The same week in Piacenza in Italy, there will be technical meeting on advancing human resources development and competence building for decommissioning. And the same week, there will be organized American Nuclear Society International Conference on Decommissioning, Environmental Science and Remote Systems, and it will be organized in cooperation with the IAEA. And then first full week of December, we will have annual meeting of the new technical working group on decommissioning and environmental remediation. So there are like, if I do remember, 12 experts that are providing advice to the IEA what to do. Then in mid of December, I spoke about International Decommissioning Network. We will have biennial forum of this to do some kind of evaluation of previous activities and plan for the future. And then 15 December, I will send you all the link to it to have more participants. I will be in charge for NEFW, it is my division, webinar on integrated approach to decommissioning within a multi-facility site. Yes, 1.5 hour webinar. I hope to have there experts from UK, from Spain and Canada. Ongoing and planned events in terms of 2022. So we are going to have technical meeting on using of e-tools for competence building on decommissioning and remediation, likely in second quarter. Yes, dates, we can a little bit move the dates. Then I hope to have my coordinated research project on advances in fast reactor decommissioning approved, and I can have the first research coordination meeting. Then we will have annual meeting of technical working group on decommissioning and remediation. Likely in May, mid-May, I will organize international workshop on lessons learned from VVER's decommissioning projects. Then also in second quarter, there will be technical meeting on ensuring operators' preparedness for transition from operation to decommissioning. In third quarter, likely beginning of July, something like this, hopefully hosted by Sweden, I will be in charge for technical meeting on application of circular economy principles to decommissioning projects. Then we will have technical meeting on human resources development for decommissioning, and international workshop on addressing fast reactors decommissioning issues, hopefully in Aktau in Kazakhstan. Then technical meeting on new emerging technologies to advance decommissioning projects towards the end of the year. We have also some ideas about decommissioning considerations for fusion facilities, and international workshop on managing transition from operation to decommissioning. Yeah, technical cooperation project, just basic information. This is the screenshot of the technical cooperation website. You can see their impressive number. Recently, there are 851 active technical cooperation projects worldwide. We have regions, 3 basic regions, and I can see then four basic regions. One is missing here. Probably it was not enough space to be on the screenshot. We have a TC support for Africa, TC support for Asia and Pacific, TC support for Europe, but Europe also includes former countries of former Soviet Union, so it includes also Central Asia. And there is also TC for South America. Examples of technical cooperation projects. In many cases, TC projects address both waste management and decommissioning, might also address environmental remediation from the safety and technical aspects. And we do have basically 3 types of technical cooperation projects. National, so it is only for one specific country. Regional, for regions that I introduced in the previous slide, and interregional, so they include all possible regions. National projects, I was in charge for many national technical projects, technical cooperation projects on decommissioning, even before the IEA. So they were projects for, I don't know, Slovakia, Baltic countries, Central Asia, Caucasian region. Really many requests in this regard. We have recently 2 large regional projects that are focused on planning and implementation of decommissioning, and one is on implementation of large ongoing decommissioning projects and waste management. And then we have interregional projects, INT 2020, that is focused on planning and implementation for decommissioning, and also environmental remediation. And it's really pity that it started during this 2020 COVID year, but at least we were able to organize several virtual training courses on a variety of aspects. Then I would like to promote a little bit or highlight whatever our international conference on nuclear decommissioning, addressing the past and ensuring the future. The conference was approved by our Director General. It is planned for 15 to 19 May 2023. Will be held here in the IEA. It is a joint activity of a Department of Nuclear Energy, a Department of Nuclear Safety and Security. Here are a scope and issues to be covered, enabling decommissioning. So there is some kind of logical way, enabling decommissioning, planning and preparation, transition from operation to decommissioning, implementation of decommissioning, completion and end state, effectiveness and efficiency, and safety and security as the overarching issues. Official announcement and call for papers are expected to be published in Q1. But program committee has been already established. They will have soon meeting in December, and international cooperations or organizations are to be invited as co-sponsors. Okay, and it concludes my presentation, I think in more or less in a right time, after 50 minutes. And if you don't mind, I will stop sharing to see you.
Thank you.
And you might have some questions. I like questions.
Do you have any questions?
For example, after this decommissioning the plant, what are the possible reuse of the fields? Let's think that we decommissioning nuclear power plant, and what can government can put on this place?
You mean reuse? Sorry, the voice is not very clear. Maybe you can repeat for me, Andrei, the question. But if I recognize it well, it was about future reuse of the site after the commissioning is over. Yeah. Okay. We do recognize, you probably hear this wording. I don't like it very much, but it's clear and easy to remember: greenfield and brownfield. Well, in the agency terminology, it is a restricted use or non-restricted use. So there are really cases where some first fleet of power reactors or research reactors were fully decommissioned, and the site can be now reused for practically anything. Well, of course, that we have to recognize that the facility was built on it was likely industrial site before. There was not kindergarten or something like this. So the site can be reused for any other industrial facility, industrial activity, not necessarily for nuclear activity. So it can be really used for anything. I showed you this one example of nuclear power plant in Germany, and there are probably more examples of nuclear power research reactors sites. We have to also recognize, though it is not case of nuclear power plants, but for research reactors that were built like many years ago outside the city. Like typical example is Moscow, Kurchatov Institute, or there are other examples. So because megacity is growing and growing, so those research organizations are all of a sudden, part of the city. Yeah? I'm not sure if you will have opportunity to visit Kurchatov Institute, but it is exactly
not.
Yeah, but it is exactly the case. So in this case, of course, that future use of the site will have to be really very carefully considered. It probably is a good idea to keep research institute there, maybe not continue with the nuclear research, but there are many other opportunities nowadays. Yeah. And we have to also consider that there might be different requirements of regulatory authorities. Agency provides some basic for it, but after that it is really up to regulatory authority to decide what can be like further use of nuclear site. It can be really continuation of some new build or research activities. I showed you example of CEA Grenoble, where it was there were research reactors before that were fully decommissioned, but research institute or research site continues to exist, but they are doing green and material and nanotechnologies and those kind of new modern developments. So perhaps this is something what I can say about the future of the site. We have an interesting ongoing project. This is called COMDEC. It was in one of my slides. It is on completion of decommissioning, and it will be exactly about it, to collect views from member states and to provide some recommendations for users in the near future. I think that they are going to complete the project next year, so there might be some publication year after.
How often the place after NPP is used as a radioactive waste disposal?
You have to repeat question for me. Andrei, help me.
How often the NPP site is used as a radioactive waste storage or disposal?
Well, for storage, for disposal, I don't think so. Maybe we have to distinguish between the terminology storage, storage. So in terms of temporarily placement of radioactive waste, there are many such examples. There are many nuclear power plants that do have own, in brackets, own storage facility or nearby storage facility for the operational radioactive waste. And they do have interim storage facility for spent fuel, either dry or wet. So it is a standard practice. Disposal is another story, yes, because if we are speaking about disposal, there might be some disposal facilities close to nuclear power plants. We have such example, for example, in Slovakia, but it is for low, maximum, medium radioactive waste, medium level radioactive waste, and for very low level waste. Nothing for spent fuel. Yeah, so hopefully there will be first examples of operational disposal facilities in Finland or Sweden, or maybe this project CGO in France. Project Yucca Mountain is pending in USA. I'm not sure if it will be somehow restarted again. So in this case, it will resolve also disposal of spent fuel, and we have to recognize also there are, in many cases, highly activated metallic components from reactors. So this need to be also managed together with the waste. Maybe one example came to my mind now, but it is kind of not very typical example, because not every country has such a favorable geographical opportunity. Some years ago, I visited a disposal facility, and it was really disposal facility close to Ignalina, close to Loviisa nuclear power plant in Finland. Because they do have their rock, so they really build disposal facility in the rock. Prepared for the radioactive waste, prepared for the spent fuel later, and prepared even for the materials after the decommissioning decades later when it comes.
Okay, but I didn't mean spent fuel. I mean low levels and middle level radioactive waste.
Yeah. It is yes. I would say it is a more or less standard approach for many reactors to have some kind of storage site, storage place in the vicinity of nuclear power plant, and there are examples of really disposal facilities for low and intermediate level waste They are typically outside. They are like separate nuclear facility with the fence and with the protection, with everything. Yes, so there are such examples.
But do you think
Slovakia and
that,
Mochovce is a good one.
yeah, but do you think that some of the NPP sites can be used in future as disposal sites for this medium level waste or low level waste?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's attracting idea, certainly attracting idea. We do have colleagues from waste technology section. It is not exactly my area, but they would probably reply in this way that if this place, there must be done a safety case, right, for the safety assessment, safety evaluation of the site. If such safety case will be done for the site of former nuclear power plant to be placed as a storage or disposal of radioactive waste, why not? What is, however, not very favor. There are good points and not very good points. Certainly, when there is a nuclear power plant in operation, certainly it must be site that is somehow qualified in terms of earthquakes, in terms of some external hazards. In many countries, also public people in small cities and villages surrounding nuclear power plants are relatively supporting this development because they do have jobs, right? They do have employees there. They do have a nice support of the local economy. So in terms of public involvement, it's probably also quite positive. But I'm not exactly expert in this field. What I may consider as a not very positive, one of the enemy for the waste is water. And for operation of nuclear power plant, you need water. So, if close to disposal facility is big water reservoir or
Yeah.
you were frozen for some time. Maybe you lost me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was for 1 minute freeze.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can just summarize that I found this idea is a very attractive. There must be done safety case. There must be done proper safety evaluation, safety assessment, and there are some good points. I spoke about it, and there are some points that safety and red waste disposal colleagues will not like very much. For example, presence of the big water reservoirs or big rivers that are needed for operation of any nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
But the idea is certainly encouraging.
Yeah. One more question, please.
Yeah. Vladimir, you have mentioned that the agency has an international decommissioning platform called Connect. I would like to know what is the purpose of the platform and who are the intended end users of the platform. I don't know if it's for decommissioning operators or also for the general public or for the companies. So if you can elaborate a little bit more on this.
Yes. We have several hundreds members of the ID and decommissioning network, and you can be also a member. The main purpose was for easy communication and easy interactions between professionals in this area, but it is open also to intelligent or well-informed public. It is open also to organizations. Yes, so we have really very different users, from the operators, from academia, from regulatory authorities, from technical support organizations. So agency in this regard is really a very open organization, and you are welcome to be also a member of it. and then you will have access to more information. Everything is free.
How is the interaction? Is the people post questions or raise questions and so on, or is there congresses or events organized by the platform? How
Exactly. Second approach that you mentioned is correct. We do have set of events to be organized, so you can have if you are, of course, that information can somehow flow towards you, but if you are a member of this IDN platform, you can easily see what is planned. You can easily see what was done before. There are always minutes, presentations, records of the previous meetings. So it is really useful search of historical and new information.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome, thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah, Aun, yes, but maybe we can louder.
Sir, there, like yesterday, Professor told, explained us that there are no standard formula or regulatory principles. IAEA rather can recommend something, can impose any rules and regulations. It's ultimately on the national policy to decide. So if we take Asian country where population density is higher, land resources are minimum compared to the Western society. For example, Russia, there are so much huge barren land we can commission whatever we do. Local people in the vicinity are not directly influenced. But if you take the same scenario in Asian country, where land resources are very minimum and people are very connected to any kind of natural activities.
Andre, you have to repeat it for me. I catch something. It looks like interesting question, but please help me.
So there is some problem in Asian country with the ability of the land.
Yes.
Yeah, you can come closer.
You can come closer. Yes.
So the scenario is the realistic scenario is in Asian countries, their population density versus land resources are higher compared to Western society. The first thing. Second thing, Asian people comparatively are less educated and aware and consciousness they have compared to the Western people. For example, Germany, Italy, there was a time Germany people wanted to take some kind of contaminated land and soils to make the transmutation activities in Karlsruhe, wanted to export from India, but it was 81 or 82 people wrote to their Bundestag, means parliament, that we don't want you bring such kind of things and put in my backyard. You can put it anywhere else, but not in my backyard. 82 people just wrote to the Bundestag, and government has to change the policy to bring that contaminated soil for examination and research. So that kind of consciousness is missing in Asian country. On the other hand, they are directly involved in all kind of nuclear activities. So how can we bring awareness, consciousness, involve the public and stakeholders in the whole scenario so that people will support decommissioning activities or nuclear power plant activities compared to the Western people? So does IAEA has such kind of policy to recommend also any nation, because there are many nations who doesn't have nuclear power, no nuclear policy. So does also IAEA has implemented or developed certain policies to recommend to individual countries how to deal with these people in terms of awareness, in the form of stakeholder and public participations, and support to the nation how to togetherly deal with the decommissioning process, post and pre and post scenario?
A good question. Well, concerning these basic approaches to strategies and policies, we do have safety standards. There is, I will have it in the next presentation, GSR Part 6 on decommissioning of facilities. and it's certainly not distinguished between member states. It is only one set of recommendations for all member states. So we do not distinguish between Asian and Western countries, although we do recognize, or everybody can recognize, that there are differences. In terms of some stakeholder involvement to decommissioning, I think, we can see in Western countries, also in my country, that there are very often used services of subcontractors. Perhaps another approach that may be probably more positive in Asian country is that maximum will try to be done by the former staff of the nuclear facility. So it will thus offer to local people a continuation in job opportunities, salary, maybe some local support, and some very specific activities that need special attention and special skills. Only those might be given to some specialized subcontractors.
Yes, maybe it is not well discussed in IAEA till now, but in this scenario, Asia is a very different geographical setting with respect to natural hazards, which is a direct impact on nuclear power plant sites, starting from commissioning up to decommissioning. Natural hazards play a very important role. Second thing, public participation, stakeholders participation. And third, the awareness and consciousness to be a integral part of the commissioning or decommissioning phase. These three things, if you take Asia versus any other continent, it drastically changes. So that's why I was interested to know, is there any certain policy or any discussion has been going on to deal with this scenario?
Well, you can find some considerations in General Safety Requirements Part 6, and you will see it in my next presentation. I will provide 2 references also to existing 2 specific safety guides. Again, you can download everything for free, and maybe you will find out some useful information in this regard. And concerning those, disposal approach, not in my backyard. We very much hope really that there will be soon in operation disposal facilities for spent fuel. I mentioned Finland, Sweden, France maybe, and if such example will be successfully in operation, so others may see that it works, that it is a good approach, that is doable, perhaps there will be more positive standpoint to such disposal programs in other countries, because in many countries there are in fact capacities available, only people are not happy with the solution. So that's it.
Any more questions? If it is not the case, I would propose that we will continue now with your second lecture.
So you would like to do second lecture later, and we can have like a break earlier?
Yes. So we will continue now with the lecture, and then we will have a break.
As you wish.
If it is okay for you, if it is.
It is okay. It is okay.
Okay.
It is okay for me. I will just bring some water, and I have to announce now that second presentation will be about safety aspects, safety considerations. It is not exactly my area. Yeah, I prepare it based on the materials from colleagues from nuclear safety and security. So I will provide some basic information. So this presentation will be not so long, in fact, but you might still find it interesting. Okay, so let's do sharing again. Okay. Safety aspects of decommissioning. I specifically use the title safety aspects. Yes, because I may say something about it, and after that I will come back to safety standards. And as you can see, I wrote here that is adopted based on NSRW, what is the safety for radioactive waste, what is the division for radioactive waste safety. And it includes also decommissioning and remediation. The first slide is just introduction. Decommissioning is one of the 6 major stages of the lifetime of an authorized facility and of the associated licensing process. So we do recognize sitting, design, construction, commissioning, operation for many years. Transition is not like recognized phase. It is just something in between operation and decommissioning. And decommissioning includes also many activities. And also a facility could be technically decommissioned without dismantling, and the existing structures are subsequently put to another use. There are such examples worldwide after decontamination. Then my presentation is again lazy. Some key consideration on safety planning and implementation. First of all, decommissioning is safety-driven activity that is focused on reducing of hazard for the people, environment, and the staff, and it requires authorization. There might be different approaches in different countries. In some countries, there is a license, like one license for everything. In other countries, might be needed multiple licenses. It is a last phase in the facility lifetime, normal phase which cannot be avoided. An early planning is needed for the commissioning. There is applied this polluter pays principle. Required is to have some fund accumulation for the commissioning during the operation. And if it is not possible, government has to recognize the role. Strategies, we talk about that, preference to immediate dismantling, while deferred dismantling is also a recognized decommissioning strategy or combination of both. For large nuclear facilities, it must be implemented as a project with multiple phases. The main task is gradual removal of hazards towards the zero. Very important is protection of workers, public and environment. And we have to also recognize that because typically for large facilities, there are also important industrial aspects in addition to radiation safety, yes, because there are huge constructions, there are huge buildings, thick walls. Those aspects during the demolition, during dismantling of big facilities must be also in place. And here we can learn a lot from the non-nuclear industries. Concerning the basis for the IAEA safety standards, it is written in the Article 3.6 of the IAEA statutes that the agency is authorized to establish or adopt in consultation and where appropriate in collaboration with the competent organs of the United Nations and with the specialized agency concerned, standards of safety for protection of health and minimization of danger to life and property, and to provide for application of these standards to its own operations. So to establish or adopt standards of safety and to provide for the application. There is some, as you can see pyramid safety standard series. So on the top there are safety fundamentals. These are fundamental safety objectives and principles of protection and safety. Then there are safety requirements. One of them is also requirements for decommissioning. Requirements that must be met to ensure the protection of people and the environment now and in the future. And there are safety guides that provide some supplementary information for safety requirements and safety fundamentals. So, and there are about recommendation and guidance on how to comply with the safety requirements. Sorry, this slide is very, very rich. It is simply overview of existing safety standards. You can see the web link, and you can find their safety standards of your interest. They do exist for operation, for decommissioning, for waste management, etc., etc. The safety standards for decommissioning. So the top level one, this what is red one, is a GS General Safety Requirements Part 6 on decommissioning of facilities. And after that, there are several specific safety guides that provides more detailed information. So the new one is a specific safety guide number 47 on decommissioning of nuclear power plants, research reactors, and other nuclear fuel cycle facilities. Then there is a specific safety guide number 49, published 2 years ago, on decommissioning of medical, industrial, and research facilities. Very important one that is recently under the revision is the safety guide number RSG 17 on application of the concept of exclusion, exemption, and clearance. Then we have another one on release of site from the regulatory control on termination of practices. This might be also revised during some time. And second one is on safety assessment for the decommissioning facilities using radioactive material. Yeah, the new safety standard, or better to say specific safety guide number 47, was published in 2018 on nuclear power plants, research reactors, and other nuclear fuel cycle facilities. It aims to assist member states on meeting the safety requirements applicable to decommissioning. So it somehow supports a GSR Part 6. It applies to planet authorized activities, so it does not cover, or maybe only to some extent, facilities after an accident, or something what we call legacy facilities that were like left for a long time without appropriate control. And it provides guidance for regulatory bodies, licensees, and technical support organizations and other interested parties on planning, conducting, demonstrating completion of decommissioning, and terminating the authorization for decommissioning of facilities. Then we have something similar, but for smaller medical, industrial, and research facilities. So medical, industrial, non-reactor research facilities in which radioactive materials is used. It categorized the facilities to be decommissioned into 3 different types based on their radiation risk, and provides simplified approaches to the decommissioning process. It provides more illustrative guidance, and it also addresses implications of this categorization scheme in the regulatory review of decommissioning. I said that this important report on application of the concept and exclusion, exception and clearance, is under the review. There will be 2 specific guides published. One will be on application of the concept of exemption, and second one will be on application of concept of clearance. And it is expected that it will be published next year. They are in very advanced stage. There are some more safety-related publications called safety report series. In my department, we do have tech docs of technical report series that are related to decommissioning safety. So I will start from the bottom. There was published safety report series on safe enclosure on nuclear facilities during deferred dismantling. Then 1 year later, managing the early transition of operation of nuclear power plants. Then something on safety considerations in the transition from operation to decommissioning. Safety report series 45 is very important. It is titled Standard Format and Content for Safety-Related Decommissioning Documents, and in many countries it serves like main guidance of what decommissioning plan should include. Because decommissioning plan, it is not like one book; it is many other things must be there. Then in 2007 was published safety report series on decommissioning strategies for facilities using radioactive materials. Later, managing regulatory body competence, or it is for regulator. Important report, safety assessment for decommissioning. There was project called DISA, Decommissioning Safety, and it was about that. And 2 years ago, there were published 2 reports. Management of project risk in decommissioning. There was project called DREAMA, so it is a result, tangible result, and methodologies for assessing the induced activation source terms for use in decommissioning applications. So such safety report series were published to support safety standards considerations. Other publications, maybe it will be useful for some of your countries. I'm not sure. There was published a tech doc on model regulations for decommissioning of facilities that is designed to assist technical and legal experts in the development of new regulations on all possible aspects of decommissioning. Maybe also used for decommissioning after an abnormal event that has resulted in serious plant damage or facility contamination, and can be applicable to the broad range of regulatory system in existence and to all types of facilities. Overview of some additional activities, just a second. Overview of some decommissioning activities, what we are doing in terms of support of safety. The IEA provides secretariat for the Joint Convention on the Safety on Spent Fuel Management and on the Safety on Radioactive Waste Management to establish a global waste safety framework. It includes also decommissioning, and it includes also environmental remediation. So next year in February, they will have some preparatory meeting for the Joint Convention meeting. It is really a preparatory meeting is a small one, but there will be convention, 7th review meeting of the convention in week before June and July, 2 weeks usually. And it is really huge meetings with hundreds of participants, every contracting party. Contracting parties, these are member states, of course, but maybe there are some also international organizations that why such a diplomatic wording is used. So they can have here their representatives, they have to provide a report, and the other member states, they do have right to provide to ask questions, to not to have discussion about the topic. Then another mechanism, peer review mechanism that serves for regulators is integrated regulatory review service. It is something coordinated by the IEA to help host member states strengthen and enhance the effectiveness of the regulatory infrastructure for safety, including core regulatory processes pertinent to decommissioning. So Joint Convention and regulatory services, and also colleagues in nuclear safety and security, they are working on development of training materials for safe decommissioning. It will be to some extent like e-learning, but also accompanied with real training like materials to revise the basic training course on safe decommissioning of facilities. They are working on development of certain specialized training modules on regulatory control, characterization to support decommissioning, safety assessment, of course, and decommissioning planning and project management from the safety perspective. And this activity also aims to provide training material to support the needs of national organizations engaged with the planning, implementation, and regulatory supervision of decommissioning facilities. And as I promised, this presentation will be much more shorter. So it concludes the presentation. I do understand that you may, I have to return back to the window, you may not be really from regulatory authorities, but you may have some questions. I will do my best to provide answers.
Do you have any question to this part?
Or if not, you can enjoy a little bit longer coffee break.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think we'll have now a coffee break. Thank you, Vladimir.
Thank you, Andrei, for invitation. if I may, I wish you all success during this training course. And Andrei, I will be next following days out of the office a little bit, but still I would like to attend some of your lectures. So if you don't mind, I will send you a short email what is of my special interest. Yes, if
For
you
sure,
can.
no problem.
Yeah.
No problem. Okay.
Super. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see that after the coffee break or whatever break, you will have Mishu Ozhovana. Misha Ozhovan will provide presentation. Yeah, so yeah, that's also good. Excellent. So thank you so much for your attention and enjoy this course and hope to see you in coming days.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
The internet.
For the internet.
Excellent. И для микрофона интернетовского лучше вот здесь находиться, туда не ходить.
Можно находиться, он нормально.
Уже сейчас ловит.
Да? Хорошо. Можно здесь, тут, где вам угодно. Так, переключается.
Фантастика.
So, dear colleagues, let's start this lecture. It's a little bit ahead of the schedule, and but will last. I presume the time that was allocated to me. No, I will not, abuse you too much with this lecture. So I was to prepare a talk, a lecture on classification of radioactive waste. It goes very good after the lecture of Vladimir Mikhal from agency from Vienna about this IAEA standards, documents, etc. But I convinced Vladimir, organizers of the school, that is good to add to this lecture a part about sealed radioactive source categorization, for the reason that practical people, so I'm not speaking, maybe some of you already work in this area, often confuse the classification of radioactive waste and the categories of sealed radioactive sources, which are devices used to irradiate different things. So this lecture is not just on classification, it has also a part which is almost a half about categorization of the source. So here it's the introductory slide about myself. I was already introduced. You see here my affiliation. Sorry, because the phone is giving some here messages, and I will stop them immediately. It's here on this slide, of course, the symbol of our International Winter School of Radiochemistry, as you see. It says also that my immediate past, I was a colleague in Vienna in the IAEA with Vladimir Mikhal. But on termination of my appointment with the IAEA, so I was a staff for almost 8 years in the agency. So because of that, I put here that the past is Department of Nuclear Energy. And it is here a symbol of a journal. It is the Science and Technology of Nuclear Installations. This is an open access journal published by the Hildari, which is now under the VAI. And it is an open access. This is the most influential journal of nuclear industry, let's say. So the people who work in this area, they are open to submit their publication. I'm the chief editor for already 3 years, or is to be finished now, the 3 years of my being the editor-in-chief of this journal. So this is day by day my work after I left the IAEA. So colleagues, here it's the content. So you see here that we are going together to look through the topic of classification, and then we will speak a little about sealed radioactive sources and on their categorization, and how actually it is possible to classify the so-called disused sealed radioactive sources when they are not anymore needed. So then in the front of SRS, sealed radioactive sources, you get D, which is from disused. So that's the content. So I'm starting with the background slide, a little reminder to you, which we just follow the lecture from Vienna about the standards. This is one of the voluminous standards of IAEA, which is not most, but it's very well. This is a Bible. If you will work for the nuclear industry, this is your Bible, because it's on radiation protection. And it's also on the safety. And under radiation sources, it's not just about some devices which are sources, but any kind of source of radiation, any kind of source. It can be just buildings, bodies, devices, accelerators, nuclear power plants, reactors there, anything which irradiate. And these are recommended by the IAEA. Standards to protect the health and environment. So it's a Bible. And since my topic is about the radioactive waste, I took the definition of the radioactive waste for the people who are or will work for regulatory organizations in governmental organizations, so on. It's very important to follow the proper language, which is now internationally accepted. So IAEA publishes glossaries. It has also
this is safety standard apart in it with the glossary, with the right terminology. So it's advisable to use to any scientist and so on, but particularly for regulatory people. So you see here that we speak about the materials that are named radioactive waste, which it's written for legal and regulatory purposes, materials for which no further use. So they are waste. But to call them radioactive waste, they are not needed, it's waste that contain or contaminated with radionuclides at activity concentrations greater than clearance levels. So there are some levels. If you are above this waste, it's radioactive waste. If below, it's just waste. So you have nothing to do with it, the regulatory body. And it's to emphasize legal and regulatory. Again and again, to everyone, practically everything around us is a little bit radioactive, including ourselves. We have a content of carbon-14 and so on, radionuclides. And we cannot say that if something is radionuclides, then it's radioactive. We should have these clearance levels, and then above them, this is radioactive. Okay, so maybe this is a kind of reminder to you. I admit that you have seen that one. So now let's, in this slide, let's say we have a nuclear material. And this plot here that is shown is divided into two parts. So useful materials, so this is not waste, and waste, nobody needs them. And then options that we have. So the first line, it's about the clearance. So if we are below these clearance levels, in the case of useful materials, we have unrestricted use, recycling, do everything that you like. If it is waste, then we treat this material as a normal waste. Again, regulatory authority, our field has nothing to do with it. Then we go to the next line, authorized discharge, authorized use. We have some streams like waters. If you want, you can immediately ask, I welcome that, but maybe the full picture and then the question, because maybe the answer is in the next sentence from me. So I will not leave the slide. I will keep it for the questions because that's anchors. So again, we can get authorized discharge in the case when the regulatory authority has the proofs that this discharge will not cause anything undesired. Or authorized use, this water can be used for washing, for decontaminating, and many other things. And if these options are not possible, in this case, we need to have finally the so-called regulated disposal. So we'll need to process this radioactive waste, to do something with it. And this is a very large activity to do many things. And so we are entering into radioactive waste management. So then please, so this is a kind of routine generic. So what do you want to ask, please? Welcome.
What is the sub boundary when the useful material today is useful, after several months and years it is waste? And when the waste is recycled, it is again useful. So how can we make a sub boundary to define is it useful material and it is waste?
It depends very much on a complete situation everywhere. So in some places, the material may be even very much needed and will be called useful. In other, they don't need it, it's redundant and it's waste. And in other country, you just cross the border and they will say, "Oh, that's good material, let's buy it." But then your population will hear that this waste in your country is called radioactive waste, and they will start protest, and the government is and keep them. Unfortunately, everywhere depends on situation. But it happens even in such a way, as I just told to you, that in reality the material is not dangerous, but because of public opinion, and we must go to the regulated disposal. And we spend a lot of efforts, money, resources, but that's reality. Okay, so let's go to the next one. So we enter in radioactive waste management. And again, in 2019, the IAEA published finally, it was just a draft. Now this glossary, it's called IAEA Safety Glossary, has the terminology. It's, you know that IAEA documents, you can download any of that. So it's good to download and to be precise, to take from their definition again and again. And this picture is taken from there. And you see that radioactive waste management, you have many activities, all is for it. It is called pre-disposal management. And there is just one position there on the right hand, which is called disposal. So in this pre-disposal, there are many things. So processing, storage, transport, and in processing, you get pre-treatment, treatment, conditioning. And my lecture will be tomorrow about treatment of liquid radioactive waste. So it's many things to introduce to you. And on Monday, it's on conditioning using cementation technology. So I will focus just on these things. So here there are many activities in radioactive waste management. But this is just the background. I'm moving to classification because classification is extremely important. And in 2009, the IAEA has published this general safety guide, which has even the number 1. So it's the people who work in here, they just say GSG1, and everyone understands what it's about. So this is classification of radioactive waste. So the scheme of this classification is here. We will discuss it during the next slides. 2009, and this document replaced the previous classification scheme of agency because IAEA, it is developing all kind of documents, including regulatory aspects, the standards, accounting for the practice, for the best practice, for the experience in the world, and so on. And based on these developments, the previous classification scheme, it's now as schematically shown here, and as I will introduce to you. I admit that many of you already have a lot of information about it, but repetition is the mother of learning. Okay, so why do we need the classification? So it's here, you know, in the black one, it's statements. So it provides essential input for national radioactive waste management policy and strategy. So this is for ministries, for regulatory authorities, and so on. When you can specify the red color, how much waste do we have? It means your country, let's say, or your institution, your university, your installation, your laboratory, and so on, and what kind and size of waste management facility do we need. So classification is very much needed. Then terminology is well understood, so we are able to communicate with each other. Yeah, and I'll tell you, I have this class of the waste, you will understand immediately what I'm speaking about. Then gives a broad indication of potential hazards, so that appropriate decisions to be made, and this is very important for many involved. In English, we say stakeholders, so they understand what we are speaking about. Next, provides a systematic foundation for waste segregation and management programs. Then indicates the disposal route for this waste and efficient management system for operators. And what kind of the questions are here in red. They can be discussed more, but let me not stop too much on these things. So when we will need to have to develop a classification scheme which will be used in a nation, in a country, let's say. So this is a country-wide regulation. The method of classification, they account for many things. So origin is important. It's one thing when you have the waste from a nuclear power plant, maybe even in the country the nuclear fuel cycle is available, like in Russian Federation. It's a lot. It's another story when it's just a small laboratory which works with some biological objects. So there is a lot of information. We say biological waste or medical waste. Then physical state. Absolutely important. Is this gas solid or it's flowing liquid, water or liquid, can be organic. For the safety, activity, concentration. So this is used to classify is low, intermediate, or high level waste. And half-life, which gives us the indication how long this waste is dangerous from the point of view of radiological protection. So The IAEA in 2009, after how the agency is developing this kind of documentations, regulations, and so on. Perhaps Vladimir Mikhail described to you the scheme and so on, but it's collected from all the leading scientists, leading experts who know this matter that they are going to put on the paper very well from their practice. And then through the meetings and through feedback from the countries again, they are polished these documents and finally approved to be used everywhere, recommended to be used. So it's a long story to prepare such kind of standards, safety guides, etc. So in the IAEA, based on these discussions, it was decided to have the classification scheme on the base of half-life, horizontal axis, and activity content. And then to have these classes that you vary, not I see here on my screen some lines in gray color. From you, perhaps you just letters, and but we will look to the details. So this term activity content means both activity concentration and total activity. So it's a kind of generic term. So the scheme itself, it's a semi-popular, let's say, because there are no numbers there. It's just to understand what we are speaking about. So first that we are, this is a game, but now you can see the lines. So this is not taken from the safety guide, but is in line with safety guide. When it is explained what is meant there. So it is here along the horizontal axis, the time which is approximately 30 years. It is the half-life of cesium-137. So it's a little bit more than 30 years, but not much. Where you live in France, they say 31. 31. Just to be sure that cesium is here and nobody will ask, where is cesium? It's long-lived or short-lived? So this is what is the separation along this axis. In the vertical axis, where we have this activity content, if you are in the lower part, very little radionuclides. And then we put more and more concentration on total activity. And then the lines where you see these curves. So there are some exemption levels. And then very low level waste when it is allowed, recommended, but is not imposed. Landfill disposal. So not necessary to have significant barriers for this waste. So it's just a little bit above the exemption level. And then low level waste when it is allowed, near surface disposal, intermediate, which is intermediate depths for disposal, and high level waste when no way other than deep geological disposal. And that is to be discussed on this classification scheme. So first again, we are going along the horizontal axis, 30 years. This is a half-life of cesium-137. And by the definition given and accepted practically everywhere, if you have cesium and shorter lived, these are called short-lived waste. But it's just one word. In reality, it is the definition that this waste does not contain significant levels of radionuclides with a half-life greater than 30 years. And significant means some numbers. And the numbers of the content, in some first publications, the agency published an example. And the example was that 4,000 becquerel per gram in one individual pellet. So if less, then is low level. If more, then is intermediate, or maybe even higher. But on average, the whole repository should be even 10 times less. So it's even 400 becquerel per gram on average per repository. Colleagues, that was an example which was taken from one specific safety analysis report. In reality, for each disposal facility, the experts should calculate, should appreciate, find what is this number. And I will give you some numbers a little bit later. These numbers can be other, but nevertheless, many of the countries, and including very well developed, like there is nobody from China here. China, you see what they do there. This is the nuclear power they build, and they soon, and they go with such a pace that soon we will have more power, nuclear power than even the United States. They do that, Chinese. So it is extremely powerful country. Nevertheless, they also adopted these numbers as an example. Maybe with time they will change that, but I mean, agency is very important because it gives some recommendations that everybody wants to use, because this is a strong argument for your population. The recommendation came from Vienna, from IEA, and then the people start, to be more calm. So, and if more than this is called long-lived waste. So typically, in many countries, they take these numbers or something around that, but in reality, these numbers should be calculated. And if even with a higher concentration, for the far future, there will be no any danger hazard for the population, of course they can be exceeded. The safety analysis report is the judge, the judge of everything in this field of activity. So I move further, and further means with these classes of radioactive waste. So the first class, it is so-called very short-lived waste. It is in this corner. And then the agency puts not short, but the short is for 30 years. Very short is less than 1 or a couple of years. Because in this case, you can put this waste somewhere in safe storage and wait, let's say, a decade or several years, and they will decay. You can afford that. You can keep under the control very strict. So this is very short-lived waste. So it's affordable decay storage, and this is written there. The codes are taken not from the agency, but they are in line with the agency. They are from a monograph, but doesn't matter. Then we are moving to very low-level waste again here. So this is the waste which they are very close to exemption, but already above, but not much, and not much in some cases, maybe even 10 times higher. But if there are some percentage, 10, 20%, and even when you measure and you're not sure and so on. So then this is waste very low level, but this waste clearly does not need a high level of containment, because you even by generic assessment understand that it's not necessary to vitrify this waste or to put in an expensive package and to put a lot of money, let's say, into it and efforts and so on. So this is very low level waste, and typically this is some little contaminated soil with low level of activity concentration, etc. So we move up on the vertical axis, and there we have the low level waste. So here we need to put some barriers. So long-lived radionuclides, not much. Because of that, the total storage time will be, let's say, several hundred years. And during several hundred years, we can rely on man-made materials, engineered barriers. We have good experience with these materials, and testing of these materials allows with a very high degree of confidence to predict their behavior and to appreciate any fraction of radionuclides that can be extracted from there. So near surface disposal is an option for a few hundred years. So that is low level waste, and typically this is the most of radioactive waste are low level, most of them. Practically everywhere in the world, the low level waste and the repositories are functioning normally without any accident and so on. Then we are moving to the higher content of radioactivity, and we are getting, in the case when more long-lived radionuclides with the half-life longer than 30 years are contained in this waste material, and we see that for the decay below the clearance levels we need thousands of years and even longer. Then the near-surface disposal is not an option. Because again, from the practice, we see that during thousands of years, or even many 100,000 of years, so many things change on the Earth that is unbelievable. So even during several decades, things are drastically changed with the floodings, with the earthquakes, with the weather conditions that are worsening these years, and they are worsening very quickly. So before moving to Vienna, to IEA, I started to teach in the University of Sheffield in the United Kingdom. And I remember that was in 2002. You were a boy, kids at that time, I guess. But I remember that my first lectures were based on United Nations reports, which predicted that the weather will worsen, and nobody believed in that. But now I witnessed that. I see what was then the weather, let's say, this 20 years ago and now. And things are worsening, then the predictions, the models that are for the climate are not good at all. Perhaps you know from media these things. But colleagues, let's get back to intermediate level waste. So we cannot afford for intermediate level waste in a certain disposal for the clear cause that because we can expect that the engineered barrier will fail, and then big troubles will be with the next generations, and this is not allowed by principles of radioactive waste management. So we are recommended to go to intermediate or even very big disposal. And here it's a passage about this 4,000 becquerel per gram for one package, and 400 as average per repository. And in IEA guidance, it is said that for some beta and or gamma emitting radionuclides such as carbon-14, the energy of particles is not very high, chlorine 36, they are long-lived, nickel 33, and we see here technetium 99, iodine 129, they are allowable average activity concentrations may be much higher. They can be tens of kilobecquerel per gram, although they are specific to the site and disposal facility. So you need to do safety assessment report. So the experts in safety assessment, they are for very high demand everywhere. They give you then the recommendations that if you follow, you are sure that you have the proofs that the disposal will work properly. So on the very upper part of classification scheme, we are dealing with the high level waste. So typically this is the waste which is produced during the processing of microfilm. So the activity concentrations, including long-lived, are so high that we need deep geological disposal, where we have evidence from geology that in this formation for millions of years, practically no change, the barrier are so stable that we are absolutely sure that the nature will protect us. So there, in deep geological disposal, the role of engineered barrier also is very high, but the main role is for geological formation there. And also is important the heat generation. And the IEA now recommends that if you are above several watts per cubic meter, then you should take care on the heat generation, because if you collect together large volumes of even several watts per cubic meter, you can get a very high increase of the temperature and very big troubles with overheating of the package, repository, and so on. And I have here several anecdotal things, but maybe briefly I'll speak about. Colleagues, this is this previous IEA recommendation. So that's taken from 1994 agency publication classification of radioactive waste. Schematic was like that, shown here, but that came from this table. The table is taken from the previous IEA classification system. And you see, they went down, but they started with exemplary, so no hazard. And then low intermediate level waste, short-lived waste, and long-lived waste, and high-level waste. That was the scheme, and something similar it is still used in many countries. And the problem with this classification of the agency was that they put in the classification the number 2 kilowatt per cubic meter. And that was a terrible mistake. that is still there. You can download the document and check. And the problem is that in some countries, I guess in many, but in some countries, I'm sure that was taken for national regulatory documents. And the problem is that if you collect together such so-called low intermediate level waste, which nobody care about the heat generation, you can get even meltdown. You know what is meltdown? It was a movie, China Syndrome. In Chernobyl it happened. In Fukushima it happened. Too much heat, then overheating, melting everything around and sinking down. And this number already for the volume of approximately 10-20 cubic meters, the meltdown will happen. And it was terribly difficult to convince the agency to change the number. As an expert, I was not working for the agency. I was, let's say, I say fighting, but you know, changing information, proofs, and so on, until they played down. So now they put just few watts instead of 2,000, because it was realized that that was a terrible mistake to recommend. And to the shame, in China, they took 2 kilowatts still in the regulations. Imagine that. So not everybody is a thermal physicist that is able to appreciate that is hard. So they will the agency documentation, 2 kilowatts. Why not to take it? And they took it. And about the anecdote. So these two Russian scientists, yes, please.
So there is no cross verification to any IAEA regulatory document.
Is not what?
Cross verification.
It is, but it passed. Of course, it is. So I mean, agency documents are submitted to national regulatory organizations everywhere, including Russian Federation, United States, United Kingdom, France. I mean, very well developed nuclear power, but they missed it somehow.
So it was a human error or experience?
I guess that it's a human, because 2 kilowatts is too much. It is affordable for a piece like this one. Then it's okay. But if you collect together 10 cubic meters, you will have overheating above 2,000-3,000 degrees. That's not just too much. It is over. You will melt everything.
So such kind of documents, nobody, even if have improved reading.
Everybody, but they missed it. I call it error if you want, but that's the reality. So that is why it is better to discuss with many experts, because each one is very good specialist in his area, and then he can catch that. And with my Russian colleagues, we caught immediately because we dealt with a proposal. So our proposal was to take a capsule made of tungsten, to put there some radioactive material, and to let it sink down, and to use it as a probe to investigate what's happening in the metal, because nobody can penetrate that. And there were super deep cola, which is just 12 kilometers. But how to get 100 kilometers? The capsule can. So then, when we found this in the IEA, we said, what's happening? That is too much.
So it's a good then.
The capsule for Earth investigations, this is from a journal taken, and one of the experts. So this is the capsule, but this is not our topic of this lecture. It's anecdote for it. So this is radioactive material, can be cobalt-60, and this is tungsten because it's refractory. So he will survive to get very deep, and it will become very hot and will sink down and can enter into the mantle. So we published it. So that's one of he put. Maybe you can read it. It's a cartoon about. So I'm proud because this is cartoon about me. So we plan to bury radioactive waste 12,800 kilometers on the ground, but because of protests from Australia, we had to decrease the depth. So that's the cartoon. Okay, so but the relevance to our lecture is because it was a mistake there, and that was the problem. Okay. So another comment on classification, it's about the norm. can be important for you because norm stands from naturally occurring radioactive materials. And these are materials where nothing else apart from natural radionuclides, like some uranium, thorium, some potassium-40 is there, and other primordial, let's say, or cosmic origin radionuclides. And they are treated everywhere differently. The levels of clearance of these materials is 100 times higher, and that means double standard. And as for the double standards, another anecdote is that the director of nuclear fuel cycle and waste technology in the IAEA at a big international conference acknowledged that there is a double standard for nuclear. Nuclear is under big pressure to not be too competitive. So they have 100 times more strict regime of clearance. Other industries are with this. But the director said that, yes, we know that, but nuclear industry is very rich one, so let's pay. Okay, so pay attention that they are treated a little bit different. And in the norm, also, the slide is to emphasize that norm doesn't mean normalized. So these are materials, and then we have some residue materials, and only if these residue materials will not be needed, then in line with the definition, but using another standard, which is the double one, which is 100 times higher, we have this norm based. Okay, so where are norms? They on this IEA scheme, they are here. So typically they are only because they are remnant from formation of solar system and the Earth, and they are slowly decaying. The short-lived are gone after the explosion of supernova, so and so on. So here, just the long-lived or those that are formed in the upper part of atmosphere due to cosmic radiation. So that was a comment. So now I'm moving to the examples of classification, because historically many countries still use their own system. That's particularly for the countries that started to develop the nuclear industry, like United States. So they were for very long time reluctant to change anything, to use just their approach and definitions and so on. But now means already 10 years or longer, they are moving in the favor of IEA classification scheme. So they accept this classification scheme and use it more and more. Okay, so I put here, and it's emphasized that the disposal endpoint, which is the basis for classification by IEA, is what is the most commonly used to define waste classes. So at least that one, it is the most important parameter that in the countries they are paying attention to. So you heard, and perhaps you'll have lectured, or maybe you heard already, about the waste acceptance criteria. And waste acceptance criteria here, the slide says just that they are used particularly for each facility, for each storage site, for each disposal site, whereas the classification is something universal, which is as recommended to everyone by the agency, so it's a world scheme. Or if in the country they use their national, it's used by the nation. So it's not WAC, which is just for this facility, for this installation, or for this storage, or for this disposal site. Okay, so some examples. So this is the example from France. So they have these categories, and that's these 31 years, and you see that the category high level, it's for deep disposal, then intermediate longer than 31, low level long-lived, low level intermediate level, short-lived, very low level, and very short-lived, where in France is less than 100 days. It's how they use it in this country.
So,
Yes?
yes. How is the intermediate level long more than 31, and then low level long life more than 31? Please, the first 2 points, both of them more than 31.
If you see the word long-lived, it should be everywhere longer than 31 years. It is because, as the agency recommends, CZ-137 is still long-lived and more than as long. So it's okay.
This is intermediate level. And the second one, low level. Both of them.
That's.
More than
I don't have here the numbers there, but it's just to show to you that they have other classes. It's not just one. Just to demonstrate to you that they have separation into without the numbers. So sorry, I didn't prepare to say exactly the numbers that they use. It's just to show that in the countries they have their scheme.
But that 31 years, it is related to the half-life of the radionuclides, not to the level of activity. It is long-lived, you see intermediate long-lived and low-level long-lived. Both of them long-lived, that's why it is more than 31 years. It was misunderstanding that it is intermediate and low-level, but the numbers are more than 31 years.
Confused. Okay, I see. Sorry. So in United States, they for commercial radioactive waste, so nuclear power plants, utilities, and so on, they have the classification scheme, which is you see here. So they have high-level waste. This is the waste after their processing. So they say what's contained there. They refer to other United States documents, regulatory, so federal regulatory documents, etc. So this is a complicated scheme that needed to enter into it. My purpose is just on helicopter view, let's say, to show to you that in the countries they use schemes that are not exactly those recommended by the IAEA. So they have, you see, class A, B, C, and then they have greater than class C low-level waste. And following IAEA recommendations, this would be the intermediate level waste perhaps. But in reality, we need to enter into the details and to check everything that is there. So the national regulations are not exactly those recommended by the IAEA. And here is just to demonstrate briefly to you that's the situation. Russian Federation, since October 2012, adopted, so this is working document, and no, here it's PDF and doesn't work, but nevertheless, they introduced an interesting scheme, the so-called special and removal waste, radioactive waste. So they introduced the class of the waste, which is called special radioactive waste. So this is localized material which resulted from state defense programs, so testing of bombs, different such things. Peaceful uses of nuclear explosions. Such programs were both in the United States and in former Soviet Union, when it was an attempt to use the nuclear bombs in order to create some channels, other things. So proposals were investigated and tests were created, and there were many tens of such explosions done, both in the United States and former Soviet Union. So including large water reservoirs with bottom residues which correspond to the criteria. So the removal of such materials would result in higher collective dose and risk compared with that from in situ disposal, leaving them where they are. Because of that, they are special. And expenditures for removal of that waste would be higher compared with those potentially arising from environmental damage from the in situ disposal of that waste. And colleagues, that's used at the level of national regulatory document in Russian Federation. It's relevant for such countries like United Kingdom, United States. And by the way, in United States, they, let's say, invented or they use an approach which they call in situ decommissioning. So you know what is decommissioning? When, let's say, a nuclear power plant ended the life, then the commissioning program is done. You are for this course here. And in some cases, the green field is left there, or industrial place. At least the population outside of expert circle, they think the commissioning fantastic. We got rid of anything nuclear here, and everyone now is happy, apart that there is no electricity. I'm kidding that one. But colleagues, they are selling in the United States the term in situ decommission because they are not removing anything. They take the reactor like in Savannah River, and they use other term like cocooning. So they they do the same disposal on site in situ. So they fill it with materials, sorbing materials, cements, and so on. So it's like a pyramid there. And this is called in situ decommissioning, but the population accepts much better. This is a positive term to be proposed to the public, and not to scare them, to make them ally, not enemies. So in reality, it's the same. Like in Russia, this is special waste. In situ decommissioning in the United States, it's special waste in Russian Federation. Although any of them will say, no, 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 that is only our. Okay, so this is a classification in Russia. And you see here the practical classification when in Russia. And this is, again, a very useful example because it's unique to Russia and to former Soviet Union. When you can see for a low level, intermediate level, and high level, there are some numbers which are different for tritium and different for beta, alpha, and transuranium. So you are able to, by measuring, not asking the experts from safety assessment, immediately to identify what kind of device is that. So the table with the number is something very useful, and not often you can find that. So it's something very much useful to use. And also for tentative classification, this table where you can even use a device, measure the dose rate, and have a tentative classification. So you will say this is candidate for high level waste if it is more than 10 milligray per hour. Your dosimeter shows, then you say this is candidate for high level waste. Then you go to the table, take sample, measure, and give a more conclusive. And colleagues here has given the link. Maybe you, I'm sorry if you already thought about that, but I think this is so important that it's good to share it with you. And also from 2012, in Russian Federation, it is practically IEA scheme of classification, apart from this special waste. All other waste which are removable follow the IEA recommendation. And this is very good because then it's easy to communicate. The experts in Russian Federation, when they present their results of the research, their projects and so on, they follow the IEA international approved scheme and everybody understands each other. Okay?
But
So,
in this case, where is the low, very low level?
sorry, this table is not here, so I'm sorry. It's maybe I took it. This is from the book.
It is here.
Published. Sorry, low level I see, but low.
Very low level.
Very low. I don't see in my table. In this table I didn't put it because it is taken from a. You should ask about that the Russian experts. Now I'm not a Russian expert, so I'm an international one. So I cannot speculate more about. The table doesn't have, because when I was preparing, it wasn't 2013 like that. Sorry?
It seems to me it is here. It should be here.
It should, I agree with you, but sorry. I don't see it. It's starting from low level. Very low level is something which is above the clearance exemption levels, but it's not yet, let's say, low level. So very low level will fall somewhere, this concentration smaller than 10 to 6 power for tritium. But the number is exact. I know this table it is, but I don't have it to show. Sorry. It is useful to have it, and yeah. That is from United Kingdom. I like to focus attention of, so you have here the very low level waste. I'm sorry because I worked in the Russian Federation in 2002, but then I moved to United Kingdom, and I lost many things from this country. So, but for United Kingdom, I'm emphasizing to the students to pay attention that these people, British people, are very smart people, because in their classification, they didn't use the numbers like becquerel per gram. They use the numbers which are equivalent, but they are measured, let's say, in becquerel per ton, or per 1.1, you see here, in 1.1 cubic meter. You know what is the trick? When you bring the material to a repository for acceptance, you have the total activity, you have the volume, and it is below this number, and everybody's happy. And if you come in a country when it's in decorated ground, someone take a sample, and unfortunately, this sample he took, it is more than in decorated ground the same, but it's more, and then you are forced to, you refuse to enter the gate. It's clear the message. So the pretty short trick. You put them in tone, their tone. You have the total activity, you have the wave tone. It's okay, it's okay. They are, and also they introduced, by the way, also a very good point to learn from the British. Look, they used very low level waste, low volume, and very low level waste, high volume. And then they also separated that. So that's makes your scheme more flexible. You have more options. Okay, so that's for Finland. In Finland, they don't have any high level waste because they are not reprocessing. In Finland, the spent nuclear fuel is waste. So you see here nuclear waste, spent nuclear fuel, then low intermediate level waste, and for discharge, clear waste. And from Japan, you see also several divisions, not just one. And in Germany, it approximately follows the IEA scheme, but the German scheme is here. So unrestricted clearance, then clearance for disposal, conventional landfill. This is like very low level waste in Germany. Then waste with negligible heat generation. So that's a part of low level waste and a part of intermediate level waste, and all the intermediate. And for high level waste, it's called in Germany heat generated waste. So that's scheme in Germany. So it's not one-to-one taken from an IEA. And here it's just an example for some long-lived wastes. Let's say we are treating, processing the nuclear fuel, some nuclear fuel components, and in Belgium, these would be classified as type B. In Finland, they do not exist, they are not reprocessing the nuclear fuel. In France, these will be intermediate level waste, low level, long-lived, intermediate level. That's about concentration. Long-lived, because half-life is very long. Germany, non-heat generating waste. In Japan, long-lived, low heat, so transuranic waste. And in States, low-level waste, but greater than class C, or transuranic, if contaminated with alpha radionuclides. So it's just an example to show how it works in different countries. So I finished with the classification. In the sealed radioactive sources will be at the end again classification. So dear colleagues, perhaps you know that sealed radioactive sources are used practically everywhere by the industry, by the medicine, in agriculture, for sterilization, for therapy, and so on, in the research. So the sources are used. This is a photograph of some simulant cobalt sources, just to see that these are small devices, but the content of radionuclides is extremely high. So the radiation doses near such very small pieces, it's extremely high. And the activities can be of the order of gigabecquerel, petabecquerel range, also extremely high activities in a very small volume. And some tables, some readable, but I will leave here, taken from IEA TechDoc for different radionuclides, cobalt, cesium, iridium, and so on. So with major applications, typical activities, physical form, which are metal slugs, ceramics, pressed powders, something like that. This is just to show one of the uses. This is so-called gamma knife. It is to treat cancer. without physical surgery, the cancer with a very thin ray of beam of gamma rays, of gamma photons, highly energetic. So the tumor is just killed, and this device is called gamma knife. So these sources can be extremely powerful. So here it is said that has 201 cobalt sources and terabecquerel for each source, so it's very high activity. And there are many other applications. So thermal generators, sterilizers, that one which is shown here in the hand, this is so-called pacemaker. It's to let the heart to beat properly. So many researchers now, including my colleagues, are developing the so-called diamond batteries. So is a decaying carbon 40. Okay, so other applications. So you see there is a smoke detector. So they can use americium, plutonium, a tiny amount of it, and if there some dust or smoke, then they will be alarmed for the fire to fight against the fire in the building, or to measure the density, like there at the pipe, let's say with the oil, and passing the ray, you can detect the density and know the quality of the oil, and etc. So they are used in many areas. After when there is no any more need to use the source, they become disused sealed radioactive sources, and they become problematic because of very high activities. And these are the covers of two documents. That one is from IUPA, Management of Disused Sealed Radioactive Sources. And that one came from the United States. The content is almost the same. It was published recently, maybe two months ago, by the National Academy of Sciences in the United States. So there, it is recommended the table categories for sources used in common practices. And this is the categories of the sources. And the point why also I'm giving you the information, that the categorization of the sources, it is done for the purpose of operating sources now, when they are not disused. It is to keep them safe during the operation. When the source becomes disused, and when we are processing with these sources as waste, the point of attention changes or started to include in addition to operation, because with the source which is disused, we will put it in a storage for some, can be many even years, maybe even tens of years, and then we will dispose it off. And we should be sure that in the disposal, where nobody is going ever to be there, so nothing to do with operational safety, we should be sure that there is no any release of radionuclides from there and migration and those burdens to the population and environment from there. And this is not contained in any point of the categorization of sources. Although even in waste management, the people still use categorization in order to be sure about the operational safety. So categorization. There is a safety guide of IAEA on categorization. And this is based on the source potential to cause deterministic health effects. So when in the disposal, we are speaking about genetic change and many things in the future and so on. In this case, we are speaking about the consequences that can be potentially immediately happen. So this categorization aims to inform risk-based decision making, safety and security, so to avoid any accidents and so on, and focuses on sources used in industry, medicine, and agriculture. So the approach is based on a so-called D value. This is the level of the dose or dose rate which is dangerous. And the references is given here. So the basis of calculating this dose is given in these slides. And colleagues, we are speaking about this dangerous dose. Look here, the number, it's 1 gray, 25 gray, 5 grays, and then look to the limits recommended by ICRP when we speak about millisievert. So 10,000 less milli. So the dangerous, you understand, they are really dangerous. They are 1,000 times higher than this. Okay, so maybe I will not, you know, to not bother you. So this is the table for the values and some examples. So if we, but the numbers are available for whole range of radionuclides in any source. So let's say if you got a source with cobalt 60, then typically this is 0.8 curie, and that's the value. For radium, it is 1 curie, americium, it's 2 curie, and nickel, let's say, is 2000. And the categorization, it is based on the activity divided to this dose, which is dangerous. So if it is exceeded 1,000 times, so it's already grays. But if you have 1,000 grays, this is the first category. Extremely, this will be explained a little bit later. But the next range is from, you see here, from 10, maybe the mouse, you see here from 10 to 1,000. This is second category. And third category from 1 to 10. And then here, exempt, it is if you get less than 1/100, and then from 1 to 100, it is fourth category. And the explanation in words, it is given in these tables. When we say the category 1 is extremely dangerous to the person, it is now immediately dangerous. And even in few minutes, I emphasize that there, the very high dose can be received by the operator. And because of that, we categorize that 1 and take all the precautions, shieldings, etc., operating remotely and so on, and can be fatal for a person who doesn't care about such sources. Category 2, it is named very dangerous, not extremely, but very. And the question is that in minutes, 2 hours, again, the consequences can be fatal. So to the health, detrimental. Then category 3, so we are still about 1, so up to 10, is dangerous. For some hours or longer, possible, can be even, again, fatal for the person. And then we are dealing with the category 4 and 5. So, colleagues, the most important from me to you, because I'm dealing with radioactive waste management, is that is for operational safety and security. It's very important, but very little relevant to the radioactive waste management. Okay, so this is about the language. This is about typically if you get an RTG device, irradiator, teletherapy, then expect to get their first category source, which are extremely dangerous. Industrial radiography, brachytherapy, which is in medicine. That's second category. In geology, let's say, well lodging, moisture gaze, third category, and then down to other types of the sources. So these examples are taken from publications. So categorization is important to disposal, but operationally to be in a safe regime of operating, rather than for the post-closure, then we need to know activity and half-life. And these those to us, it's not relevant at all. Okay, so let's look how these used field radioactive sources are classified. So in the previous classification, 1994, that already I made a lot of critics to this document. The sources were not there, so it was not possible to call them. So they were in the agency, typically in the meeting and so on. It was a meeting on radioactive waste management and a meeting on these used sealed radioactive sources that at that time were called spent sealed sources, spent. Now the term is disused, internationally accepted. So now in a new classification scheme, that it is that one. Here is a table with some examples. So here is the number on the first column, then the half-life, then activity, and then these sources are put on the plot. And the red here circles show to you where are the sources. And even accounting that the sources can be extremely dangerous, so first category, contain a lot of radioactive material. They are not getting to the high-level waste. Most of them, many of them are intermediate, many of them are even low level. The conclusion for us is that these sources can be disposed of as intermediate level waste at intermediate depths and not spend. The geological repository, it's something extremely costly. And many of the countries, they don't have other radioactive waste than these sealed radioactive sources. And if you ask small countries with limited resources to build, they don't have any justification for that. Because of that, IAEA develops borehole disposal. So you drill a borehole at an intermediate depth. The project is called BOSS. It's for borehole disposal. Started in South Africa, and one African country, Ghana, is close to implementation, and Malaysia. Okay, so these were examples. So that's all. So categorization relates to safety and security of radioactive sources and is not intended to be applied to waste management. Waste classification schemes are nationally based. IAEA has conceptual scheme devised in 2009 and serves as model. You are not forced to use it, you are recommended to use it. And it's based on activity level and half-life and is focused on likely disposal routes. And some countries nevertheless continue to base their classification on the simpler 1994 IAEA scheme. And the third point was said orally on some slides that there were some mistakes there. Okay, so colleagues, that's it. So any questions?
The slide number 40, you already said something about
Slide number 40.
you already said something about
40, not 14. Oh,
sorry.
Let's look.
Yes.
This one?
Yes.
And what we asked about?
You said we can use something inside that. Yes.
These photographs shows a sealed radioactive source, which is called pacemaker. And not this one, but similar devices are manufactured with extremely low levels of radiation outside, which are implanted to some patients who have problems with the heart beating. And this source generates pulses regularly. And then our heart is repeating these pulses, and the patient is healthy for a very long period of time. So this is used inside. Other here are extremely powerful devices. So they are called, let's say, this on the upper line, RPG. The very right one, it's called, this is used for, let's say, in some Arctic areas, in some mountain areas, we need a generator of signals for aviation, so they will keep the right direction of the flight. And you need an electric power source. Then these RPG are manufactured, placed there, and they operate there for decades, many tens of years. Or spaceships. So the Pioneer, which is now getting out of the solar system, it has inside such an RPG, is a slowly decaying plutonium-238, which provides power.
Like nuclear batteries?
Nuclear batteries. And because the plutonium is decaying so slowly, it is still functioning and will function. So if the electronics will survive, we are receiving signals from the pioneer. But the activity is there.
So we cannot replace the regenerative inside the MDB with this.
These are special devices, and you know they were developed very much in the past when the solar devices that use generators which use the solar radiation were very expensive with a very low yield. Then these devices were very popular. Now in many countries they are replaced by solar batteries because of productivity. But in some places like on northern area, no sun during this polar night. Even in principle, there is no any sun. So then, such devices they are very useful in cosmic space. For on the Mars now we have this vehicle. It has solar battery, which charges slowly, but also has nickel.
So why not make recycling for nuclear waste to implement this diverse kind of waste in nuclear batteries?
Recycling
By using some sort of kind of materials to convert the radiation energy to electricity.
they exactly do that. But if you ask me about recycling, the recycling is encouraged everywhere. But it's not easy to do because recycling is done, just can be done by the manufacturer. And because of that, to other countries, the recommendation everywhere, including IAEA or IAEA Trust, it's return the source to manufacturer because he will be able to recycle, to extract the material. But typically, extraction and putting into another source is more expensive than manufacturing new one. Because you take a wire, put in a reactor, and that's it. And extraction needs, cutting, extracting, decontaminating. This is expensive. So then the manufacturer most probably will dispose of that. Most probably. So rarely, it depends on revenue plan. If you get there something very, very extremely costly, yes, you will extract and reuse.
So we can use multi-radionuclide battery.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, but that's
At the same battery. At the same battery,
in the media,
multi-radionuclide.
in the media, the people even read the newspapers in United Kingdom. The experts from university, let's say, of Bristol now, resolves the question of irradiated graphite in the United Kingdom in the newspaper because they propose to use the carbon-14 for nuclear batteries. But this is full anecdote because they will use a so small fraction of this carbon-14 and not from the irradiated graphite that this is just to sell to the people and to say that they do a good job.
But Stanford University using some kind of nanomaterial to convert the radiation to electricity. Some sort of nanomaterials.
Yes. These most probably are so-called nuclear batteries, and they are working well with beta decaying radionuclides, and carbon-14 is a good one. The question is again the cost. If you obtain this carbon-14 from a source like a nuclear reactor is one thing. If you want to extract it from radioactive waste, typically this is more costly. This is more costly. This is kind of the problem. And again, I said about double standards. Because you know this PDR reactors or say DDR reactors, they use boric acid as to control the reactivity. So then in the waste you have a lot of boric acid, which at nuclear power plants is extracted. And this boric acid is clean, almost. There is a little bit remnant there. And then you have double standard because boric acid is even a higher concentration in the market. There is everybody. It is sold without any problem. From the nuclear power plant, you have the restriction, and you need to purify it even to lower. And then this boric acid is so expensive that how to sell it? So double standard is not very good.
But I have several rules about this subject.
And yeah.
There's some exact value of the half-life for very short-lived waste, because we consider that France is 100 days. What about IAEA?
IAEA, and I put the phrase as they recommend, they say few years. So
period?
That depends on your storage capacity. So if you have a good storage facility, like in United Kingdom, they now moved to the storage even above 100 years. And they convinced somehow the industry to have this long-term storage over 100 years. And it looks like it's reasonable because disposal is too expensive. But storage for such long times requires so much expenditures that it goes now approximately equal to the disposal, because you need to make the air which is inside of the storage condition. We are living on the island, and the water there is vapor with some chlorine and so on, corrosion. Over 100 years, the packages will corrode. How to stop corrosion? You need to condition the air. So you see these packages, this is waste. We are sitting in conditions better than we afford. So for us, it's too costly, but for them, it's not. You see that sometimes goes to almost to be.
What additional parameters are defined in the waste acceptance criteria compared with the classification system? I want to understand the waste acceptance criteria. I suppose that it defines something else apart of what is defined in the classification system. No?
So these are WAC waste acceptance criteria are much narrower, although they also is recommended even to have them flexible, but they are always object specific. So are you planning any excursion to Radom? No, okay, but not far from Moscow here, some less than 100 kilometers, they're all operating facilities. So they have, let's say, super compact. And this supercompactor has waste acceptance criteria. In the United Kingdom also, you can find it on the internet, waste acceptance criteria for supercompaction. Not everything is accepted for supercompression. For example, liquids are not accepted, for example, and other things. So these are what are very specific to this site. Can be for a storage site. Then you have there all kind of requirements about the weight, about this 4,400 becquerel per gram, similar things, dose rate at the surface. So only within WAC, the packages are accepted to enter the gate. So let's say in Hungary, again the population. So in Hungary, when they accept the packages for a disposal, from time to time, a commission from population, from ordinary people, they are coming delegates with the experts, and they check everything to be sure that nobody is maybe this part is not the one that is declared, and so on. So they are checking everything. And then they use this number WAC. So there is WAC of the storage facility, disposal facility. The package is within, is accepted, not returned for maybe some overpacking. Yeah.
More questions? No? If it is not the case, I would like to thank Professor Oderland. This was the last lecture for today, and
Guys, may I make also one technical announcement that tomorrow in the hotel, it will not be me who will escort you to the it will be my colleague who will be last here on Sunday when we have